And now, Knock 2 Studios presents Common Censored.
You know, I used to think I was untouchable. A shadow in the machine, gears grinding, levers humming, and me pulling strings like some dime store puppet master. The deep state, they called me, and I wore it like a badge. Back rooms, coated nods, a little grease here, a quiet threat there. We ran the game, see? Politicians danced, cash flowed, and the suckers out there never knew the fix was in. I'd slip through the cracks. Always did. A ghost in a pinstripe suit. But the air's different now. Thick, like the fog rolling off the bay when the heat's on your tail. Used to be I could fade. New name, new hole to crawl into. Not this time. The lights are flicking on and they're bright, sweetheart. Bright enough to burn through the smoke screen. That Department of Government Efficiency crew, Musk and Big Balls, they're sniffing out the rot, turning over stones I thought were cemented shut. Ghost payrolls, slush funds, deals I'd buried deeper than a stiff in Jersey clay. They've got the scent, and they don't spook easy. And then there's Patel, Cash with his bureau bloodhounds. He's got eyes like a hawk and a memory that doesn't quit. Knows the playbook because he's read it cover to cover. Bongino's out there too, loud, brash, swinging facts like a Louisville slugger. He's got the Ukraine laundry on a billboard and I can't unsee it. Bondi's the clincher though. Attorney General with a spine of steel and a prosecutor's grin. She's sharpening the blade and my name's on the edge. They're coming, see? Not with Tommy guns, but with warrants and headlines. No shadows left to duck into. I've played every angle, flipped every card, greased every palm. But the deck's marked now, and I'm the one caught holding it. Nowhere to run. No Swiss account fat enough. No border far enough. The old tricks, they are dust. This town's turning on itself, and I'm the rat in the trap. Funny thing, though. I always figured I'd go down in a blaze, not a slow choke. Guess that's the rub when the game's up. No hiding, no dodging. Just me, a stiff drink, and the sound of the noose tightening. Time to face the music, sweetheart, and it ain't no lullaby. You know,
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Common Censored. Thanks for being here, all of you censored commoners, for this Tuesday edition of the show. I'm Lord Sterling, and this is episode 344. We're going to be covering Trump's unofficial State of the Union live tonight at 9. We have Seth Rich files being blocked for release by the DoJ. Ty Clevenger, the attorney, saying Pam Bondi and Cash will find out about this, and it will, there will be hell to pay. It was supposed to be released on March 10th. DOJ is trying to block it right now. We also have the DOJ stepping up to investigate the Tina Peters case. Hopefully, we'll see Tina Peters freed from prison sooner than later, as Putin agrees to mediate Iran nuke talks with Trump, and the Israeli Knesset set to investigate, which is like their unicameral parliamentary system over there, set to investigate the October 7th failure of intelligence, where they got word that there was going to be an attack a few hours before, but it just slipped their minds and they didn't do anything, and they never passed the information up to Bibi. I kind of doubt it. Like we've said, they stood down the Iron Dome for 7+ hours on that day. Classic example of allowing a false flag, just like the Pearl Harbor incident, just like 9/11, the problem, reaction, solution paradigm to justify their military invasion of Gaza and the Greater Israel Project. Excuse me, my voice is still a little bit screwed up. So all that and a lot more coming up. Make sure to join us Monday through Friday, 6:45 p.m.-ish Eastern time as we cover all the crazy clown world clusterfuck chaos that is 2025. Use hashtag CommonCensored and hashtag InfoInfantry where applicable. When you share the show, you can find us on X at @LordSterling_. We're also on Truth, Getter, Gab, and Minds. Thank you to our new followers over on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. If you're new to the show, smash that like button, hit that follow button, hit the join button. Would appreciate that as well. Links to all the sources for everything we covered today will be posted in the video description immediately following the termination of the broadcast. And Mama Mac will be adding timestamps. So if you're watching this later, you want to maximize the efficiency of your time, focus, and attention, click on down there, find the topics that interest you, and jump right to the point in the show where we cover those topics. Throw Mama Mac some love over at alplama.com, your new herbal health guru. And if you want to support the show, you can hit up our link tree at Common Censored. Disclaimer. Views expressed on Common Censored are only opinions. Assume everything we say is false and research for yourself. We're not giving medical, legal, or financial advice. The only advice we are giving is think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Boom! All right, let's jump into the news. That was the Deep State Blues from Dilly meme team over there, the meme squadron. Brendan Dilly at Warlord Dilly. Good stuff, good stuff. I saw you guys liking that in the chat as we began. Let's jump over into our first topic of the day. Got to grab the right link here. We have Times of Israel reporting that Netanyahu's office admits that staff just didn't pass on an alert about the attack hours before the attack took place on October 7th. It was just an accident, guys. Confirming a report about IDF sending out a document detailing unusual Hamas activity, Premier's office defends intelligence officers' conduct as the info was framed as non-urgent. It's almost like they wanted it to happen, which we've been saying for a long time. Prime Minister Bibi's office acknowledged Saturday that the Premier's intelligence officer had received an Israel Defense Forces memo detailing suspicious Hamas activity 3 hours before the terror group's October 7th, 2023 invasion and onslaught, and didn't pass it on. The Premier's office argued that this was justified, given what it said was the document's non-urgent framing. The admission came in response to a Channel 12 report that said the IDF had drafted a document setting out numerous worrying signs of Hamas activity in Gaza that night and sent it out to intelligence officers of 7 key Israeli leaders, including Netanyahu and then Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Gallant's office was unable to reach his intelligence officer, who therefore did not receive the document at that time. Oh, I'm sure he didn't just purposely ignore that. Sure, that was just a total accident. Let me grab Loki a second. Loki, what are you doing over there? What are you doing, you little tweet? IDF did not investigate why the material was not passed on. The report says because its investigations of the October 7th failures published during the past week did not touch on the political echelon. So this is insane. Now we have the Knesset over there, their unicameral parliament, their Congress basically, demanding a formal government commission on the inquiry into the Army's massive failure on October 7th. Brandon Taylor Moore saying it wasn't a failure, it was a successful false flag. That's what I thought too. Israel falling apart, civil war soon, violent brawls erupt in Israeli Knesset in the parliament situation as Israeli settlers demand a formal government commission of inquiry into the Army's massive failure on October 7th. I don't think it was a failure. Trouble in paradise. You can always count on some woman screaming unintelligibly in a situation like this. Sorry, ladies. I've changed my mind. So that's going on over there. Meanwhile, over here, people are, I hate the way that Gateway Pundit framed this. Leftists freak out as President Trump vows to cut off funding for colleges that allow, quote, illegal protests and locking up the agitators. This is an attack on free speech, in my opinion. We already have laws for things that are illegal. So if anybody's breaking the law, arrest them. But that's not what is going on, in my opinion, over here. Mel, Village Crazy Lady, says, excuse me, quote, anti-Israel hate will not be tolerated. Is the Trump administration working to outlaw protest and criticism of a foreign nation? As Trump says, all federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests. How is a protest illegal? There are crimes. Protests are not crimes. So there's no such thing as an illegal protest. Either they're committing some kind of crime or they're protesting. Pick. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. Could have just said whence there. The country whence they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No masks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. If there's crime, sure, arrest people, but you can't just say that anti-Semitism is a crime and arrest people for criticizing Israel. Glenn Greenwald talking about it. There's a massive distortion of free speech doctrine being circulated to justify the Trump administration's punishment of universities that allow, quote, illegal protests against Israel. It's obviously a First Amendment violation to condition funding or holding or rejecting certain views. Let's check out a little bit of what Glenn Greenwald is saying.
There is a major misconception being spread about First Amendment doctrine and the right of free speech under the Constitution that is being embraced to justify the Trump administration's efforts to defund any university that allows too much anti-Israel speech, too many protests against the Israeli government. By the way, you're absolutely free to protest the United States and its government as much as you want. You can attack it. You can denounce it. You can denounce the governments of any other country in the world, but not Israel, because your funding, if you're an academic institution, might be withdrawn as punishment for permitting students to express that view. And this misconception about free speech has to be clarified. And by the way, this is not my decor. I'm in a hotel. I wanted to clarify that as well. But in any event, the reason the federal government provides funding to American universities is because they're typically the center of medical research, technological innovation, scientific research, hospitals. These are things that the federal government wants to strengthen and encourage and fund because it benefits the United States. That has always been the idea behind why there's federal funding of American universities. No less a person than Mark Andreessen, who is a big supporter
no
of
federal
the Trump
funding,
administration, told
period.
the New York Times last month when defending Al Gore, who was widely mocked for saying he invented the internet, that it was in fact Al Gore who spearheaded the creation of the internet in the United States and the ability of American technology companies to take the lead in internet technology, because Al Gore did work so hard to fund academic institutions that had been working to develop the technology that gave rise to the internet, including the program at the University of Illinois where Mark Andreessen was working to develop the technology that would enable internet browsers. That's why there's federal funding of universities. But of course, you can take the position that there should be no federal funding of universities, or there should be. That's independent of the free speech point, which is that once the federal government or any government decides to offer a benefit that's optional, it doesn't have to provide it, but it decides it's going to, it cannot then condition receipt of that benefit on you're expressing a particular view, you're affirming a particular view, or you're refraining from expressing a political view. And this is basic First Amendment doctrine. Yet all these people defending the Trump administration's attack on these universities for allowing anti-Israel protesters saying, oh, obviously it's not a First Amendment violation to deny federal funding of a university because the government doesn't have to provide funding to universities in the first place. It's true, the federal government doesn't have to provide funding to universities. But once it decides to do so, it cannot then punish the universities by withdrawing that funding only for universities that allow a particular view to be expressed or a particular type of protest to take place, and not any other. That is a clear violation of the First Amendment. There's so many court cases on this. There have been efforts, for example, to deny property tax exemptions to people who refuse to sign a vow saying they're not in favor of overthrowing the government of the United States, saying, oh, you only can get a property tax exemption if you sign an oath saying you don't support the overthrow of the United States government. But people who sign that loyalty pledge to the U.S. government will get property tax exemptions. Obviously, you don't have to provide the property tax exemptions, but the Supreme Court said once you do, you can't condition it on a loyalty oath to the United States government because that is a violation of free speech. There have been all kinds of other cases like that where there's funding to legal aid lawyers, and they try to say if you're a lawyer and you challenge any welfare reform laws in American courts, you will be ineligible for receiving legal aid. The only lawyers who can get legal aid funding from the government are those who support welfare reform or who stay silent on about it. The court has denied that is unconstitutional. There was an effort to say any news outlet, public media company that gets federal funding has to refrain from editorializing about anything. The minute they try to editorialize about something, they lose their federal funding. The Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional as well. That's because once you offer a benefit, you can't then deny that benefit as punishment for a particular view. And it's so obvious that that has to be the principle. Just consider this hypothetical. The U.S. government, or let's say a state government, opts to provide unemployment benefits to people who get fired, lose their job. Obviously, it doesn't have to provide unemployment benefits. It decides that it's going to. Imagine a law enacted by a state, say Massachusetts, that said, if you support Donald Trump or express support for the Republican Party, you will be ineligible to receive unemployment benefits. The only people eligible to receive unemployment benefits are those who take an oath to support the Democratic Party. Everybody would immediately understand why that's unconstitutional. And yet, you could justify that law based on the same distortion, the same warped rationale as is being offered for the Trump administration's actions this week, which is, oh, look, the government doesn't have to give you unemployment benefits, so you can't claim that it's a violation of your Constitution if the government takes unemployment benefits away from you. And the obvious answer is the state has the right to terminate unemployment benefits programs for everybody if it wants, but it can't withdraw them or deny them as punishment for a particular view, nor can it condition receipt or the right to have those benefits on affirming a particular view. So the fact that federal funding is optional doesn't mean the government has the constitutional right to deny it to certain universities that allow a certain type of protest. This is all independent of, by the way, of the creepy phrase that Trump officials, that President Trump used to justify these attacks to serve pro-Israel donors, which is, oh, we're just going after illegal protests. What is an illegal protest?
No such thing.
Obviously, if somebody breaks the law, they're going to get arrested. There have been hundreds or thousands of protesters on college campuses throughout 2024, including huge numbers of Jewish students who were protesting the Israeli war in Gaza. They got arrested. But there's such thing as an illegal protest. And if you're going to deny federal funding based on, quote unquote, permitting an illegal protest, you can't just have that be the case for hate speech against Jews or hate speech against Israel. It would have to be applied universally. Otherwise, it's clearly unconstitutional as an attempt to punish institutions for permitting a certain kind of protest expressing a view that this current government dislikes. This is not controversial. This is not in dispute. It's entirely clear. There are multiple Supreme Court cases on it. Just common sense tells you that you can't condition the receipt of a benefit on the requirement to affirm a certain view, nor can you withdraw that benefit as punishment for expressing another view consistent with the First Amendment.
Boom. So, Sin Lu Wu saying, not true, broke laws here the whole time, no arrests. There definitely were arrests. Not everybody was arrested, for sure. But the problem here is that tons of people all over the place are framing this as going after anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hate. Here's Elise Stefanik. Under President real Donald Trump, colleges and universities will be held accountable. Anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hate will not be tolerated on American campuses. Promises made, promises kept. Anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hate, whether or not you like it, obviously, bigotry in general is disgusting and abhorrent, but it's free speech. You have the right to say that kind of stuff, or to think that kind of stuff, or to protest that kind of stuff. Here's Owen Schroyer talking about it, relating it to the the clips we just saw of 22 plus demon rat lawmakers all parroting the same video with the same talking points.
22 Democrats talk at once is actually nauseating and migraine-inducing.
Owen's take is really good.
I didn't realize it would be so painful. And I do apologize. Now, unfortunately, it's a bunch of people noticing that script and complaining that Democrats are doing it, and it's pretty obvious. But, you know, Republicans do it too. And I'm not going to call anybody out, but I'm going to tell you what's going on here. So Trump posted this earlier today. All federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protests. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No masks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, the Trump campaign or somebody paid a bunch of conservative people on X to repost this with a very similar script. Okay. So this happens on both sides of the aisle. The only difference is the people that got to repost this were probably paid for that. Where the Democrats, that's just part of their job. Now, what's frustrating about this is, of course, this is all about the new attempt to make any criticism of Israel or any protesting of Israel illegal. Now,
and here's one example from an executive order in January talking about Jewish students specifically facing an unrelenting barrage of discrimination, denial of access to campus, common areas, and facilities. That's illegal, denying access, including libraries and classrooms, intimidation, harassment, physical threats, and assault. It shall be the policy of the United States to combat anti-Semitism vigorously. So here's Trump saying it's combating anti-Semitism specifically, not crimes, anti-Semitism, using all available and appropriate legal tools to prosecute, remove, or otherwise hold accountable the perpetrators of unlawful anti-Semitic harassment and violence. But anti-Semitism is the thing. They're using this. It's creating a chilling effect, in my opinion, against free speech. People will be scared to voice their opinion. They think they will be arrested.
I am a consistent free speech advocate. And you do have the right to protest any foreign nation or really anything on a college campus. Now, it does breach a certain level of criminal activity when you're obviously destroying property or blocking people's movements, which has happened. But those are laws that are already on the books. So as soon as a protest becomes illegal is when crimes are committed. So you don't need this. This is all about stopping, quote unquote, anti-Semitism and either having a color of law approach or an actual legal approach where they have signed legislation to make anti-Semitism illegal. But I'm sorry, it's true. Anti-Semitic speech is protected by the First Amendment. 100%. And all of these so-called free speech activists that likely got paid to promote and celebrate this, to stand up against anti-Semitism, yes, from a script, absolutely. Same people calling out the Democrats from reading from a script, got a script to repost this and likely got paid for it today. And how many free speech advocates, quote unquote, how many First Amendment activists are you seeing today celebrate that anti-Semitic speech could be punishable? Well, you're not a real free speech advocate then, are you? Now, you can be the biggest Israel firster. You can be the most proud Jewish American. You can, for whatever reason, as a Christian conservative, be all in for Jews and Israel. And that's fine. And that's your belief, and that's your First Amendment. But yes, even for you, anti-Semitic speech is protected by the First Amendment. Absolutely, 100%. And eventually, I do believe this will reach the Supreme Court. And all these anti-Semitism bills to ban anti-Semitic speech or protests, they will lose at the Supreme Court. And maybe I'm reaching with this guess, but I think it will likely happen. And it will be ironic. But it will likely be a Jewish lawyer that will take this to the Supreme Court and win. And that's really kind of how it should be. It should be a Jewish lawyer that takes this to the Supreme Court and says anti-Semitic speech is protected by the First Amendment. And I'm a Jew. So it's not just irony, it's poetic irony, but it's really what should be done. So sorry, any of you so-called conservative free speech advocates that are celebrating anti-Semitic speech being illegal, well, I guess you're not such a free speech advocate after all, are you? I don't even. You've got, and by the way, you've got all these people. A lot of them are paid to promote this stuff, folks. And now you've got Elise Stefanik, who's supporting all the anti-Semitism bills. She's celebrating Jonathan Greenblatt at the ADL. What is that? Elise Stefanik posing and celebrating Jonathan Greenblatt at the ADL? Yikes. Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr. This is just ridiculous. Anti-Semitism, like racism, is a spiritual, this is an official statement from Secretary Kennedy. Not a personal statement, the official secretary statement here. Anti-Semitism, like racism, is a spiritual and moral malady that sickens societies and kills people with lethalities comparable to history's most deadly plagues. What? Anti-Semitism is like a deadly plague? In recent years, the censorship and false narratives of woke cancel culture have transformed our great universities into greenhouses for this deadly, virulent pestilence. Making America healthy means building communities of trust and mutual respect based on speech, freedom, and open debate. What? So this is about speech, freedom, and open debate, but you can't criticize Israel, and you can't be anti-Semitic. Folks, this is pathetic.
Look, there he is with Rabbi Shmuley, who owns a sex toy company with his daughter.
And I'm not about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I still like RFK Jr., and I still have high hopes for Make America Healthy Again, but this is embarrassing and pathetic, and it makes you wonder why. It just makes you wonder why. And why is it?
I disagree, Trop. I don't think you have a right not to be discriminated against. I think the 1964 Civil Rights Act is illegal. That discrimination is legal. It is your right. It's not good. You shouldn't discriminate, but it's your right. And I think that when you prevent private businesses from being able to voluntarily transact, for instance, you are violating the rights of the businesses and the owners. Discrimination is your right, in my opinion.
This statement coming from the official secretary account. Not even a personal statement or a personal thing from him. He's apparently climbing the mountains right now. Literally, he's climbing mountains, catching lizards. I'm not even kidding you. That's what Kennedy's doing right now. But what does this have to do with health? And how are you saying ridding anti-Semitic speech is pro-freedom of speech and open debate when it's totally not? It's the exact opposite. And what do you expect? Seriously, I wonder. Because, you know, whatever they classify as anti-Semitism has traditionally been there on the left, and it's really just kind of anti-Israel, but there's definitely Jew haters. But now it's definitely a significant part of the right wing as well. There's no denying that anti-Israel sentiment is a significant part of right-wing politics and culture as well. That is very real. Now, it's a younger and it's a generational thing, but you realize all this does is make it worse. You do realize that. And how could you not? Forget about, you don't use logic and reason with the left. So nothing you can do here is going to change how they feel or act. But conservatives and right-wingers, you can actually have a reasonable conversation with and go back and forth with this. This is only the younger generation of conservatives that are sick of hearing about Israel and sick of our Congress and our representatives and our media and everybody else putting Israel first every time. watching people who have worked in media and suffered through going through conservative politics for years, for decades, only to see the next Jewish bimbo with big jugs get on TV. How do you think this is going to make them feel? This is only going to make the situation worse. So I don't know who's running this stuff, but you're only hurting your cause. You are only making it worse. And if you're trying to protect Israel as a so-called ally for the future, you're blowing it. You're absolutely blowing it. And all you're doing is giving credence to the voices out there who, with every waking breath, say how Israel runs the country. But regardless of all of that, anti-Semitic speech is protected by the First Amendment, and that should not be up for debate. And anybody who claims to be a free speech advocate that says otherwise, like we saw many accounts do today, and likely a paid promotion, they are not consistent. They are not truly free speech advocates. Just not true. And yes, Trump has given $16 billion in aid to Israel since becoming president, including another $4 billion today, or I guess this week. So you can have geopolitical debates and conversations about the power dynamic with Israel and the United States and AIPAC and everything else. Are they our greatest ally? These are fair geopolitical debates. And they're trying to completely hush these debates by crying anti-Semitism and now writing laws that claim any debate or protest as anti-Semitic.
Oh, interesting. Almost like the former Israeli Minister of Education, Shulamit Aloni, said, well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country, the U.S., people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. It's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitic and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people. And that is to justify everything we do to the Palestinians. There you have it from former Israeli Minister of Education. You get too close to the sun, criticize the illegal and immoral operations of the Israeli government, and you are called an anti-Semite. Even Medium admitting that this is a real quote, but they're saying it doesn't mean what you think it says. Doesn't mean what you think it says. It kind of reminds me of this, which we've played before from G. Edward Griffin.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, when certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind.
Basically what we're seeing happening right now.
Not good for your cause. And really, you take somebody like me who's Israel's never been my big thing, never been my big issue. Like 5 to 8 years ago,
wasn't
I was probably
mine either.
Neutral to positive on Netanyahu.
A year ago, I was probably neutral to positive.
Now I'm completely 100% negative to extremely negative on Netanyahu.
Me too.
And it has nothing to do with Jews. It has everything to do with Israel and its undeniable influence on our politics, our foreign policy, and the fact that tens of thousands of Americans have had to go and fight wars for Israel's enemies. Many of these men have died, and we continue to write them blank checks. And then we have to hear about, no anti-Semitic speech, illegal protests. It's ridiculous. And there's more on this. Now there's bills to recognize Israel as the real property owners of the West Bank and other areas. You've got senator after senator after representative promoting how great it is that we're standing with Israel and giving them more money. It has, folks, at this point, it's even bigger than that. It doesn't even matter about Israel. It's the same thing with Ukraine. Americans are sick of paying for foreign wars. Americans are sick of giving billions of dollars to foreign countries. Period. That's it.
Yeah, and it's not about Jews. Just like when he criticized the Italian mafia, it's not about Italians. It's about the criminals who have an organized crime racket. So if you criticize what Israel's doing, committing genocide, they call you an anti-Semite. If you criticize anything, they call you an anti-Semite. And it's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. This is pretty insane. How about this one? Hitler describing the chill down his spine when he discovered that the Jews, the mafia, not the regular old Jews, were primarily managing sex trade slave. Epstein, Mossad, sounds familiar. Similar discovering that all the folks involved in Epstein's blackmail sex ring are Jews. So here's a segment from Chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, which I discovered the other day. There was like an AI translated version of it where with him speaking in English, the relationship of Jewry to prostitution and even more to white slavery itself. That's sex slavery. Could be studied in Vienna more so than in probably any other Western European city. Interesting. It sent a chill down my spine when I first realized that the Jew, quote unquote, was the manager of this immoral trade among the scum of the city. Recognized the Jew as the leader of Social Democracy, a newspaper pushing communist propaganda, the Marxists, and that is when the blinders fell from my eyes. So this is what triggered Hitler, was discovering that Jews in Germany were running sex trade, which is insane. And considering the Marxist connection, here is the clip from G. Edward Griffin talking about communist smear tactics. Apparently, the Rothschilds funded Karl Marx. We'll play this again because it's important.
In 1943, the following directive was issued from party headquarters to all communists in the United States. It read, "When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them after suitable buildups as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic, and use the prestige of anti-fascist and tolerance organizations to discredit them. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact in the public mind."
Brutal. So obviously, bigotry, hatred is wrong, but you fly too close to the sun, you call them out for sex slavery and stuff like that, and they will destroy you. The mafia that runs the banks, that runs the media, that runs the sex slavery. It's insane, man. It's completely insane. How about this one? Mama Mac sent this one to me. Ariana Grande says that they erased her memory at the Brighter Days clinic. What's going on here, Mama Mac?
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, you know?
What?
The memory erasure. They erase my memories. It's a little foggy. They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me.
So they're erasing people's memories now? What is going on with that? What is going on with that? Super crazy. She looks like she had her memory erased for sure, too. How about this? We had this on the thumbnail as one of the main topics yesterday, but we never actually got to it. So, she looks horrible, Cass. What is going on with that? So this is actually a major, huge topic that, and that's right. Israel is a safe zone for pedophiles. You can go to Israel and not be prosecuted for pedophilia. It's insane, man. It's insane. So Putin offered to the U.S. strike a rare earth minerals deal with Russia rather than Ukraine. Quote, "We would be open to cooperation with our American partners." I mean, not only administrative and governmental agencies, but also private companies. Russia possesses significantly larger resources from this than Ukraine. Let's check out this clip over here. In another geopolitical masterstroke, President Trump has changed the subject from war and mass death to cooperative economic technological development. But more importantly, 47 has already created a massive split between the Russia communist Chinese axis that has been made the strongest it's been in history by the blundering actions of the globalists. On Thursday's broadcast, Alex Jones exclusively predicted that this would be Putin's next move and that Trump had already foreseen it. This is a really, really positive development here, guys. Think about it. Russia has 8 time zones of vast wilderness, just chock full of resources. It would be the best possible option for the U.S. to ally with Russia to get access to help to bring in money, help extract and develop the resource base from Russia. We would both mutually benefit. It would drag Russia away from the arms of China, and it would propel us into a resource-rich golden age in the future that would be absolutely critical moving forward. Let's check this out. I'll restart it. Sorry about that.
Мы, кстати говоря, готовы были бы предложить и американским нашим партнерам, когда я партнеры говорю, имею в виду только административные, правительственные структуры, но и
Shit, can you guys read that on screen? Okay, looks like you can.
компании.
Trump has done it again, and I predicted it on Thursday, and I'll have the clip on the Sunday show tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. Putin just came out an hour ago on national television and said, we wanted to deal with the U.S. We have more rare earth minerals than anybody in the world, which they do, and we are ready to do a deal. So if the U.S. wants to make a deal for peace, we're ready to have them come in, and we want to work with U.S. companies. Of course, rare earth minerals are what's in all the computers and everything, and the U.S. has a major shortage of them. We have like 3% of the world's rare earth minerals that we're able to get a hold of. China controls most of them. But the big takeaway here is this is all the geopolitical best strategy that can be played out that General Flynn has been pushing for decades to separate Russia from China instead of driving Russia and China together like the globalists did. The EU is collapsing, their economy's collapsing, their population's collapsing. They need this war to prop themselves up. A political diversion. So did the collapsing globalist class here in the United States and Canada. And of course, the UK is really the center of this. The remnants of the British Empire stay relevant. You see Zelensky being kicked out of the White House yesterday, running to literally be embraced and hugged by Keir Starmer, the would-be dictator. I mean, it's just over the top. So I'll play the clip of Putin here right now, and this is just next level. And I don't know why nobody else was saying this, nobody else was figuring this out. Trump's changed the subject from a war economy back to a prosperous economy, and points out to citizens how they're paying for stuff that just kills a bunch of people and bankrupts them, whereas we could have something that actually empowers Americans and everybody else in a win-win, a 360
win. That's right, Donna. Being friends with Russia is the greatest thing that can happen. I think that the globalists know that together, cooperating to build up our resource and infrastructure and everything, that the combination of U.S. and Russia would be unstoppable, irreversibly obliterating the New World Order, globalist centralization of control operation, and the artificial scarcity austerity operation that they want to use to deindustrialize everything. That's the purpose of the climate change hoax, to shut down industry, to shut down energy development, because when you decrease the energy and you decrease the resources, the humans will produce less because there's just not enough to sustain it. So that's the goal. They know that it would be a major pro-humanity, pro-population boom event. The advent of this massive economic explosion if we combine forces with Russia. So I think they've already intentionally been doing this to keep us apart, to prevent us from fighting back against their global takeover. Absolutely critical that this happens.
A non-zero-sum game, a symbiotic relationship, a renaissance world, an expansionist world, not a globalist great reset world. So, InfoWars, tomorrow's news.
Sinlu Wu. We will indeed be playing Trump's speech live at 9 p.m. As soon as he goes live, we will be checking it out. I already have the tab ready over here at RSBN as they're getting ready for the broadcast.
For money there, but President Trump and Vice President Vance holding the ground and really standing up for the American people.
Yes, I wonder if he's purchased a suit since Friday.
Zelensky. Somehow I doubt it. So yeah, we will be playing that live as soon as it goes down. Thanks, Cindy.
Today, Here is Putin and the globalists again are
That's
having
right,
their asses
Phil.
handed to them. This is amazing how to be alive. Be sure to follow me on X at Real Alex Jones and share this video. Thank you.
It's a great name. Tulip, they call it the Northern Circle Alliance or something. That's cool. I like
Кстати
that.
говоря, готовы были бы предложить и американским нашим партнерам, когда я партнеры, говорю, имею в виду только административные, правительственные структуры, ну и компании, если бы они проявили интерес к совместной работе. У нас, безусловно, на порядок, я хочу это подчеркнуть, на порядок больше ресурсов подобного рода, чем в Украине. Россия является одним из безусловных лидеров по запасам этих редких и редкоземельных металлов. Они у нас имеются и на севере, в Мурманске, на Кавказе, в Кабардино-Балкарии, на Дальнем Востоке, в Иркутской области, в Якутии, в Тыве. Это достаточно капиталоемкие инвестиции, проекты капиталоемкие. Мы с удовольствием работали бы совместно с любыми иностранными партнерами, в том числе с американскими. Да, кстати говоря, что касается новых территорий, то же самое. Мы готовы привлечь иностранных партнеров и так называемые новые наши исторические территории, которые вернули в состав Российской Федерации. Там тоже есть запасы определенные. Мы готовы с нашими партнерами, в том числе с американскими, работать там.
Huge. Absolutely massive. The economic boom that would result with access to these rare earth materials and stuff would cause just the hugest economic road wave we've ever seen. More resources means supply goes up while demand stays the same, which means prices go down. It would be huge. Who said this over here? Cannabis connoisseur says Zelensky did get a suit. He went to Kids R Us. However, he went with a clip-on tie. Sounds about right. Mama Max saying Europe has some big old issues with Russia that have nothing to do with modern society. I think the oligarchs want their ancestral lands back, and people have Russian TDS for my whole life anyway. Absolutely. PTSD, says Tulip McGroin. My favorite kind of McGroin, the groin with tulips. Putin Trump derangement syndrome, PTDS. Oh man, yeah, BRICS is being destroyed by this whole thing. Cannabis connoisseur, pretty much. Trump threatened him. You back a currency by the dollar, we will destroy you. And now there's talk with Howard Lutnick and Bessent and everything about backing the U.S. dollar with gold. If that happens, ooh, man, that's war. That's war against the international banking cartel. So, man, we gotta go to that direction. It's the only option, man. Threeper, oligarchs will always be around. Hating them means not anything. Zelensky is a fucking oligarch. Yeah, he's got billions of dollars and mansions all around the world and shit. Crazy stuff. So we definitely need this to happen. This would be the best possible thing that could happen. Screw Ukraine and their little girlish dictator over there. We need a mineral deal with Russia, which is way bigger than Ukraine and has way more resources than Ukraine. It would change everything. The entire global power dynamic would shift in the favor of economic freedom, free trade, just surpluses and, the exact opposite of everything that they want. So here's the trending topic as well. Putin proposes rare earth mineral deal to U.S. Russian President Vladimir Hitler Putin has expressed openness to economic cooperation with the United States regarding rare earth minerals, indicating Russia's readiness to offer its substantial mineral reserves for joint development. This proposal comes amidst global interests in securing these critical resources, with Putin highlighting Russia's larger reserves compared to Ukraine. The discussions could involve capital investments from both private and governmental sectors of the U.S., and Putin says he's open to all countries coming and developing and helping extract these valuable resources. So it's not even just us. This is like a huge thing for the planet to succeed and to have bountiful, plentiful surpluses of resources, shutting down and obliterating the globalists' plans for austerity, which would be huge. We also have Ontario's prime minister potentially suggesting a war crime. I don't know Ontario's premier threatens to cut off all electricity to the U.S. Says Republicans will, quote, feel pain like they've never felt before. Doesn't it sound like a war crime? Cutting off electricity for we're not even like at war with it, you know what I mean? Premier of Ontario Doug Ford has threatened the U.S. over Donald Trump's plans to impose tariffs on Canadian exports after initially putting a hold on his planned tariffs against Canada and Mexico. Trump confirmed this week that he would move forward with plans to 25% tariffs on both countries until both countries agreed to his demands surrounding border security. In an interview on NBC News, Ford said he had never met a single American who supported the idea of tariffs, despite the fact that the majority of Americans voted for Donald Trump. This means you're living in an echo chamber, Ford. Living in a little echo chamber. Is a trip to America, in your opinion, logging on to blue sky? That's what it sounds like to me. Ford ranted, quote, we're the largest producer of alcohol in the world, eh? We buy over 3,600 products from 35 states, eh? I talked to the governor of Kentucky and Mitch McConnell. Don't touch our bourbon, eh? I'm going after absolutely everything. And I don't want to. We keep the lights on for 1.5 million homes and manufacturing in New York, eh? In Michigan and in Minnesota, too, hoser. If he wants to destroy our economy and families, I will shut down the electricity going down to the U.S. And I'm telling you, we will do it, eh? We'll be really sorry, but we'll do it, eh? Ford went on to say that Americans, particularly those in red states, would feel immense pain as his retaliatory measures take effect. Said this is the last thing we want to do. It's one person that's coming to attack us economically. No, we're not attacking you economically. We have you're sucking hundreds of billions of dollars out from our country every year. Your closest friend, your treasured ally, will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in every situation you've faced. And he's attacking the person, his number one customer. No, we just want fair trade, man. There's no country in the world that buys more products off the U.S. than we do. Yada, yada, yada. You're playing with fire, bro. You are playing with fire. How about this one? From DC Drano over here, Rogan O'Handley. The DOJ has filed a statement of interest in Gold Star mom Tina Peters' case. They're officially getting involved. They say her case looks more like political punishment than actual justice. Absolutely. Free Tina Peters. Don't agree with DC Drano and everything, but I definitely agree with him on this. Reposting Real Tina Peters. The DOJ just filed a statement of interest in Real Tina Peters' case. Thank you, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Real Donald Trump. Quote, reasonable concerns have been raised about various aspects of Mrs. Peters' case. The exceptionally lengthy sentence imposed relative to the conduct at issue. The First Amendment implications of the trial court's October 2024 assertions relating to Miss Peters. So here it's Ms. Sorry, I misread it when I corrected myself. Oh, look at that. Lady Hamilton Art Titan in the chat. Crimson becoming a monthly supporter of the show. Thank you so much, Lady Hamilton. We love you over here. If you haven't already, don't forget to hop over to Lady Hamilton Art's channel and subscribe. Look at this. Her views have been going up lately. So glad to see it, Lady Hamilton. We're going to get you to, thousands of followers as soon as possible. Cass, you like that Canadian impression, eh? I spent some time living in Canada, eh? I lived in I worked in Mississauga, Ontario, lived in King City. My best friend is Canadian. And he was my roommate in college, one of my roommates. So I spent a little bit of time around Canadians, eh? I remember we were hanging out one time and we were talking about Canadian lingo, like from that movie Strange Brew. You guys might remember it. Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas started off as a Saturday Night Live sketch, I think. And they're obsessed with beer and drinking and all this stuff and hockey, eh? And they use Canadian insults like hoser and knob. And we're hanging out in Boston with me, my Canadian friend, and he's got we're up in Canada, and we're hanging out, and I was talking about knob. Strange Brew, it's a back bacon threeper. That's right. We're talking about the word knob. And Don, my friend, was like, nobody calls anybody knobs. That's not something that Canadians say. And then we go out and we're hanging out with his brother and his brother's girlfriend. And Don said something, and his brother's girlfriend looks at him and goes, "You fucking knob!" And I was like, "Oh, proven right again!" It was hilarious. The timing was so funny. But go subscribe to Lady Hamilton Art. We love Lady Hamilton. Thanks so much for subscribing to the show, Lady H. Boom. So looks like they're going to be investigating Tina Peters' persecution. The exceptionally lengthy sentence imposed relative to the conduct at issue, the First Amendment implications of the trial court's October 2024 assertions relating to Ms. Peters, and whether Colorado's denial of bail pending appeal was arbitrary or unreasonable under the 8th and 14th Amendments parallel to these. This is obviously an illegitimate persecution. We've been calling it out for months about that. Do they say knobs in England and Ireland, Mac? That's hilarious. Freaking knob, eh? DOJ is reviewing cases across the nation for abuses of the criminal justice process. That's what I like to hear. See Attorney General Memorandum Restoring the Integrity and Credibility of the Department of Justice, February 5th, 2025. This review will include an evaluation of the state of Colorado's prosecution of Miss Peters, and in particular, whether the case was, quote, oriented more towards inflicting political pain than toward pursuing actual justice or legitimate government objectives. Executive Order 14147, ending the weaponization of the federal government in January 2025. So hopefully we get some real positive results from this. Here is actually, I'm not sure what the statement of interest. This is the statement of interest. Tina Peters has sought relief in this action through an application filed pursuant to 28 U.S. Code, Section 2254. United States respectfully submits this statement of interest pursuant to 28 U.S. Code, Section 517. Ms. Peters is currently incarcerated while pursuing a direct appeal of her underlying nonviolent convictions and combined 9-year sentence. The application explains that Ms. Peters suffers from serious health issues and that while incarcerated, her physical and mental health have deteriorated. Reasonable concerns have been raised about various aspects of Ms. Peters' case. These concerns relate to, among other things, the exceptionally lengthy sentence imposed relative to the conduct at issue, the First Amendment implications of the trial court's October 2024 assertions relating to Mrs. Peters, and whether Colorado's denial of bail pending appeal was arbitrary or unreasonable under the 8th and 14th Amendments, such that Section 2254 relief is appropriate. Accordingly, the United States respectfully submits that the concerns raised in the application warrant, at the very least, prompt and careful consideration by this court, and at the appropriate time, the Colorado appellate courts. Parallel to these proceedings and Ms. Peters' direct appeal, the Department of Justice is reviewing cases across the nation for abuses of the criminal justice process. So hopefully we will get some good results. This review will include an evaluation of the state of Colorado's prosecution of Ms. Peters, and in particular, whether the case was, quote, oriented more towards inflicting political pain than towards pursuing actual justice or legitimate governmental objectives. Totally was, in my opinion. She was just doing her job. She was required under the law to preserve the details, the election information and everything. So hashtag free Tina Peters. Free Tina Peters. Gateway Pundit covering it also. All these links will be in the video description on Rumble if you want to review them on your own time later. For more details, U.S. Department of Justice files statement of interest in case of Gold Star mother Tina Peters. As if it wasn't bad enough, she's a Gold Star mother. Evaluation of case to, quote, inflict political pain. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Free Tina Peters and arrest the people that illegally persecuted her against state law, in my opinion. How about this? Breaking video, U.S. President Trump officially halts all weapons sales to Ukraine. From Jones over here, Trump goes nuclear on Zelensky. The U.S. pulled all military funding from Ukraine after the Ukrainian dictator made another pledge to continue the war indefinitely. Watch this critical report to learn the latest developments and see Trump deliver his sternest warning yet to Volodymyr Zelensky.
President Zelensky supposedly made a statement today in AP. I'm not a big fan of AP, so maybe it was an incorrect statement, but he said he thinks the war's going to go on for a long time. And he better not be right about that. That's all I'm saying.
This is a Monday, March 23rd, 2025, breaking evening news alert.
Sorry,
President Trump today issued an extremely group of strong warnings to President Zelensky and other warmongers inside the EU NATO system. Now, we're going to get to more of what he had to say here in just a moment. But first, I just want to add the historical ramifications of what we're witnessing. The United States pays for over 70% of NATO and over 85% of the Ukraine war. But then they have deals where Ukraine has to pay the money back to the EU, but not to us.
Even though Zelensky said, we'll pay you back after the war. JJRSVL saying, handy news is my daily view schedule in the morning show. Nice. Nice. Cass says she likes the that show too. Sin Lu Wu saying, have we talked about who the hell is Vince replacing Bongino? I've been trying to go over there and get caught up on the whole Bongino situation. I had it all pulled up to watch his final broadcast, where at least where he was announcing that he would be being replaced or something. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, so I don't know who Vince is or anything. But apparently he stole my job because I was supposed to be the replacement. I'm just kidding, obviously. Who the hell is Vince? Sin Lu Wu. Good question. God signpost in the chat. Good to see you. No need to apologize, my friend. Everybody's always welcome anytime. You don't have to join live if you don't want to. Once it's out there, except on YouTube. Sometimes we delete the episodes if we get a little bit too close to the sun. Let's continue over here.
World War II ended 80 years ago.
Did it?
The Cold War ended in 1991, and it's been NATO since 91 expanding and taking over more than 15 countries right up to the border of Russia and moving in weapons, and who went in the last 15 years and overthrew the Ukrainian government repeatedly. They've openly bragged that their reason to keep existing is the threat of Russia, so they've gone and started a fight with Russia. But the first clip I want to play before we get to more of what Trump said is he issued a stern warning to Zelensky after he's been caught double dealing and lying over and over again.
Yeah, Threeper. Bongino will be leaving his show as he assumes the position of deputy director of the FBI, which is crazy. Never saw that coming. And man, he really cares about helping out if he's willing to leave his show behind, at least temporarily. Big respect for that. Deputy director of FBI, Sin Lu Wu. That's right. That's right. I think we can look forward to him doing some really good stuff, hopefully.
And to make sure he knew it was serious, he cut all arms and ammunition shipments off today. Last week, he cut all funding to fix their electrical grid off. I mean, Trump has taken the gloves off. Meanwhile, Poland's Prime Minister Donald Tusk said 500 million Europeans are asking 300 million Americans to defend them against 140 million Russians. Here's the clip.
Proszę Państwa, jest taki paradoks i ktoś słusznie zauważył, że i zobaczcie, jak to brzmi. 500 milionów Europejczyków prosi 300 milionów Amerykanów, żeby oni ich obronili przed 140 milionami Rosjan. Chcę się powtórzyć tylko te słowa. Umiesz liczyć, to licz na siebie, zacznij liczyć na siebie. Nie w odosobnieniu, ale z pełną świadomością własnego potencjału. Europa, jeśli czegoś dzisiaj nam brakuje, to przecież nie przewagi gospodarczej czy ludnościowej, tylko wiary w to, że jesteśmy naprawdę globalną potęgą.
So Trump's response to Zelensky that this war is going to go on for a long, long time is, it better not be, buddy. And then boom, he cuts all arm shipments off.
Boom. Husbro 89. Speaking of Canada, eh? What's going on, you hoser? Good to see you. Oh, man. And where is it? Lady Hamilton says, I speak sign language, or are you playing? The only thing that I know in sign language, Lady Hamilton, is this. Let me, you can translate this for the chat. Okay. I'm not going to say what it means. You can translate it. Let me know if you figure that one out. Lady Hamilton, in the chat.
After Zelensky 4 times in the last month
Or maybe it was
has
this.
told Trump in person and over the phone, as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as the Secretary of the Treasury and others, that, oh, I'm going to do the deal. Oh, I'm going to do a ceasefire. Then every time he gets in public, including in front of the cameras in the Oval Office, he tries to alpha President Trump and others. I mean, this guy is a slime bag. But we now know, because the Democrats bragged about it.
Lady Hamilton won't translate it. She says, watch your mouth. It means motherfucking shithead. That's all I know. Motherfucking shithead. Thank you to Z-Man Zach from Unique Prepping for teaching me the ropes of sign language. I appreciate that, Zach. We love you, buddy.
They had a shadow summit Friday morning across the street at the White House Visitor Building, another big mansion, and had an official conference in there and shadow diplomatic event that violates federal law and the Logan Act.
Exactly. Lady H has too much class to translate that. I respect that, Lady Hamilton.
And Democrat Senator Murphy bragged that they told Zelensky to go over and not do the deal, even though he'd already told Trump. The press conference and event was to announce that the deal had been agreed to. You talk about sliming. So President Trump came out today and countered Zelensky's statement about this is going to be an endless war, something the EU wants to justify its existence, and said it's the worst statement that could have been made. Trump blasts Zelensky's proclamation that the peace deal is very, very far away. This is an absolute, complete, and total smackdown of Zelensky that just keeps pushing. Here are some of the articles. President Trump has halted all weapons sales to Ukraine and is considering freezing weapon shipments for U.S. stockpiles per Wall Street Journal. The U.S. will no longer finance weapon purchases for Ukraine. If Zelensky wants an endless war, he'll have to pay for it himself. We're out. Here's Trump responding to Zelensky's statement that it's going to go on forever. And then, of course, there's the Wall Street Journal, U.S. hitting brakes on flow of arms to Ukraine. Now let's go to this longer clip where President Trump explains that I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with him through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. And again, the response is, Trump's a Russian agent. Trump's bad. Trump's evil because he won't give endless money to these people, to the EU, to NATO, and to the cokehead Zelensky. Here's Trump.
What do you need to see from President Zelensky to restart these negotiations?
Well, I just think he should be more appreciative because this country has stuck with them through thick and thin. We've given them much more than Europe, and Europe should have given more than us because, as you know, that's right there. That's the border. This country really was like the fence on the border. It was very important to Europe, and I'm not knocking Europe. I'm saying that they were a lot smarter than Joe Biden because Joe Biden didn't have a clue. He just gave money hand over fist, and they should have been able to equalize with us. In other words, if we gave $1, they should have given. Well, we gave $350 billion. They probably gave $100, but on top of it all, they get their money back because they're doing it in the form of a loan, and it's a secured loan. So when I saw that, which I've known about for a little while, I said it's time for us to be smart. At the same time, it's great for them because they get us in the country taking the rare earth, which is going to fuel this big engine, and especially the engine that we've in a very short time created. And we get something, and we're there. We have a presence there. With all of that being said, I want one thing to happen. I want all of those young people to stop being killed. They're being killed by the thousands every single week. Last week, 2,700 were killed. 2,700 young, in this case, just about all young boys from Ukraine and from Russia. And that's not young people from the United States, but it's on a human basis. I want to see it stop. The money is one thing, but the death. And they're losing thousands of soldiers a week. And that's not including the people that get killed every time a town goes down or a missile goes into a town. And I want to see it stop.
Think of the psyop. Think of the gaslighting. Think of the mind control. We've never had an official war with Russia until just the last few years, and now it's a war. Millions are dead. And the very EU globalists, with all their tyranny, all their censorship, all their carbon taxes, all their attacks on Western culture and opening the borders up, These are the globalists, not Russia. Russia wants to do business. Putin's already offered rare earth minerals this weekend to Trump, saying, hey, we want you to come here. We want to do business. And Trump, in response, said no more offensive cyber attacks on Russia that just started 3 years ago. That's an act of war. And Trump said, bring your diplomats back. And now he's directed officials to draft proposals to lift U.S. sanctions on Russia. Russia did nothing. Russia didn't meddle in the election. That was all a hoax. The globalists have used the pretext of a foreign enemy to take our rights here in America and declare our populist pro-America president a foreign agent. In closing, Trump posted this on X today. This is true. Look it up. Europe has spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they've spent on defending Ukraine by far. They laughed at Trump back when he was president the first time, warning the Germans of their energy policies that were going to bankrupt them and put Russia in the power position.
Germany will become totally dependent on Russian energy if it does not immediately change course. Here in the Western Hemisphere,
Trumpstradamus over there.
We are committed to maintaining our independence
or Nostradamus
from the encroachment of expansionist foreign powers. It has been the formal policy of our country since President Monroe.
And since then, Europe's basically bankrupt because of energy problems, and they buy most of their energy from Russia, not the United States. Trump has been vindicated yet again. Thank you so much for watching, and a very exciting time to be alive. Pray for President Trump because what he's doing is extremely revolutionary and dangerous, trying to bring peace to the planet Earth. Thank you all for your support.
Boom, Infowars.com. How about this one? Hitler Putin agrees to mediate Iran nuke talks after Trump request. A very unexpected and unlikely development and plan is being widely reported Tuesday. Today, Russian President Vladimir Hitler Putin has agreed to help the Trump White House broker talks with Iran on curtailing the country's nuclear program. See how good it is to have a positive relationship with Russia? Maybe we could broker peace around the world. If we're friends with the regular group of countries and we're friends with Russia, that gets our foot in the door to make peace in other places and other situations. Trump reportedly relayed the request for Putin to play a direct role in new negotiations with Iran during a February phone call. The topic was further broached and more details were discussed during the U.S.-Russia Riyadh talks, which followed, reports Bloomberg on Tuesday. Neither the Iranian nor U.S. governments have publicly commented on the Bloomberg report specifically, which was based on anonymous sourcing. But Russian state media did quickly acknowledge that Moscow stands ready to help the U.S. and Iran resolve their issues through talks. Good stuff, man. A TASS headline issued almost simultaneous to the Bloomberg report says as follows, quote, Moscow believes that Washington and Tehran should settle all their differences through talks and is ready to contribute to this, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told Bloomberg. Quote, Russia believes that the United States and Iran should resolve all problems through negotiations. That's the right. Talking, not bombing, talking, not war fighting. Adding that Moscow, quote, is ready to do everything in its power to achieve this. Putin is a better friend than enemy, man. Much better friend. This response from Peskov appears to support the Bloomberg report. This response marks something unexpectedly positive, given that both Russia and Iran are heavily sanctioned by the United States, measures put in place under the Sleepy Joe administration. Biden officials had castigated the Iranians as part of the Axis attacking Ukraine, given that Iranian-supplied suicide drones have been heavily relied upon by Russian forces throughout the more than 3-year-long conflict. Iran has offered very vague comments, with a foreign ministry spokesman saying Monday that it is, quote, natural for countries to offer to help negotiations along in the cause of diplomacy. Yeah, so true, man. It's possible that many parties will show goodwill and readiness to help with various problems, the spokesman stated. From this perspective, it's natural that countries will present an offer to help if it's needed. That's right. Donald Trump, the peace president, This is really good news, man. Really good news. And apparently this is leaving Netanyahu rattled, so to speak. According to this Times of India YouTube video, Trump turns to Khomeini after Putin. Russia to broker U.S.-Iran nuclear deal. Netanyahu rattled. Well, good. Fuck you, Netanyahu. Trump ditches allies for ties with Russia and Iran. LFG. Putin to broker nuclear deal between U.S. and Iran. Kremlin confirms Putin to mediate U.S.-Iran talks. Mabel, good to see ya. Russia agreed to assist Trump administration in communicating with Iran. Bloomberg. Dramatic music. This after Trump requested Russia to help U.S. in nuclear talks with Iran, report mentions. According to Bloomberg, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio approached Russia about the talks. Kremlin said that Moscow has agreed to act to mediate U.S.-Iran on Tehran's nuclear program. Moscow will also mediate talks on Iran-backed groups seeking Israel's annihilation. Bloomberg. Kremlin spokesman said Russia believes the U.S. and Iran should resolve problems through a dialogue. Iran's foreign ministry has called off helping foreign countries natural on nuclear program. Iran did not respond specifically to questions regarding Russia's mediation. This as Israel seeks Trump's support against Iranian military threats and attacks from its proxies. Well, talking with them might be a good way to help do that. Israel has been aiming to pressure Iran to abandon its nuclear ambitions with Trump's help. However, Trump's increasingly cozy relationship with Putin puts Israel's position in jeopardy, does it? Russia and Iran have expanded military ties, with Russian officials visiting Iran missile sites. Moscow has also expressed support for Hezbollah, condemning Israel for killing Nasrallah. Recently, Russian FM met with Iranian counterpart in Tehran to discuss Riyadh talks. Yada, yada, yada. So interesting stuff. This is trending over on X as well. So all the links to all of this stuff, again, will be posted in the video description on Rumble and in the replies underneath the X broadcast window. Following the termination of the broadcast, Putin to mediate U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Let's see what we got next. Ahead of Trump's address to Congress, Arab leaders endorsed Egypt's plan to rebuild Gaza as an alternative to 47's Gaza Riviera proposal. I like this. Egypt's $53 billion plan foresees rebuilding Gaza by 2030 without removing its population, which is awesome. Here's Owen Schroyer discussing this.
The new proposal presented at an Arab League summit in Cairo focused on emergency relief, rebuilding shattered infrastructure, and long-term economic development. Egyptian President al-Sisi said in opening remarks at the summit that his government's reconstruction plan would ensure Palestinians can remain on their land.
That's right, Husbro.
Later, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said the world body stood ready to fully cooperate. All right, the one last geopolitical issue that breaks in Trump's favor ahead of his address tonight. Arab leaders and the UN endorse Egypt's $53 billion Gaza plan. Well, we could have built 6 Gazas with the money that got stolen in Ukraine, but...
Yeah, for real, for real. JJR SVL giving a shout out to his friend, he and Lady Hamilton Art's friend, a musician and singer in a band called My Troubled Days. I heard one of their songs the other day on Dark Side Radio, and it was freaking awesome. It was awesome. It was super, super well produced, really well written song, great harmonies, great everything. Highly recommend that band, My Troubled Days. Good call, JJR. Good call. Yeah, I figured out. they do rock. Really good suggestion. Check them out. My Troubled Days. Probably have a Rumble channel, YouTube channel. Good band, man. Really good band. Thanks for giving them a shout out.
Here we are. Egypt proposes $53 billion Gaza rebuild as alternative to Trump plan in a rushed attempt to present an alternative to Trump's idea for a property development style plan, which involved a relocation of the Palestinian population that has been widely criticized as effectively endorsing ethnic cleansing. The new proposal, presented at an Arab League summit in Cairo, focused on emergency relief, rebuilding shattered infrastructure, and long-term economic development. Egyptian President al-Sisi said in opening remarks at the summit that his government's reconstruction plan would ensure Palestinians can remain on their land. Later, the UN Secretary General...
I gotta bring Loki downstairs. She's being a pest again. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about that. I'll let this run in the meantime.
Antonio Guterres said the world body stood ready to fully cooperate. So again, this is a total victory for Trump. And again, you have to understand Trump's negotiating strategies on all of this. But he basically just forced Israel and the Arab world to finally do something about Gaza. Now, we'll see if it ever happens. I mean, you know, that's like getting struck by lightning twice. Has that ever happened? Has anyone ever been struck by lightning twice? I'm sure it has. So it's not impossible, but it's almost impossible. So it's like almost impossible to actually get peace in Gaza and to develop Gaza and to have a plan that everybody agrees on, but it's possible. It could happen. And now, because of Trump's statement saying we're going to take it over and develop
exactly, Tulip.
That pissed off Israel. That pissed off the rest of the Arab world. So now they're going to be forced to come together and try to get something done. So all of this breaks in Trump's favor before his address to Congress tonight. I would imagine he's going to address all three of these things. I would imagine he'll have an announcement on all three of these big geopolitical issues: Panama Canal, Ukraine, and the Gaza rebuild. I think he'll have statements on all three of those issues. Oh,
he'll probably be talking about, the Epstein files situation. Probably all kinds of crazy stuff that he's going to be talking about. We also, crazy stuff.
Let's you're here, host of.
All right, let's see what we got next over there. I like this idea. I want Egypt to spearhead this. We shouldn't be involved at all. We have another trending topic that may be being blown slightly out of proportion over here. Epstein files delivered with national security redactions. That's the new thing. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced the receipt of extensive Jeffrey Epstein-related documents from the FBI, but confirmed that information deemed sensitive to national security will be redacted from these files. The redaction has sparked discussions and theories among the public regarding the transparency of the release and who might be protected by these redactions. So everybody's getting all pissed off about it, saying Bondi's changing her story again, etc. I don't necessarily agree with that analysis. What really seems to have happened is that Pam Bondi was talking with Sean, what's his face over there? Sean Hannity. And Hannity was like, what about, but things will like national security information will be redacted and stuff. And she was just like, yeah, of course, we kind of have to. So it didn't seem like it was, to me, that it was something that was even on her mind. She was just like, yeah, of course, we're going to have to redact national security type information. But people are like, are saying that, this is to protect Trump or to protect Mossad and Israel. I don't know. I'm not convinced yet. I think it might be slightly a misunderstanding. Let's see. Is this the right one here? Yeah, let's they play the clip.
You're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. There were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself, really, a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
They photographed hundreds of binders at his New York facility alone. We have the photos, we've shown them, and a bunch of hard drives and disc rooms of them, and they all got lost by who? Maureen Comey, the daughter of the criminal Lex Luthor. James Comey and James Dennehy.
Ooh, thanks, Mabel.
They're the ones.
That's Mabel's band. That's Mabel's band, right? What do you play? Or you're not the singer, right? What's your position in that band? www.mytroubleddays.com/store. Check them out, man. Awesome band. I was really impressed the other day on Dark Side Radio when you guys played that song. Bigly.
And I have the FBI whistleblower who was told by the top whistleblower that it was the top, him. We told you that last Tuesday. Him. That's him. That's the guy. Him protecting the pedophile rings. Bad man, right there.
Right there. Here's the website. mytroubleddays.com/store. The Burning Clock Part 1. Is this an album? EP, the debut EP by My Troubled Days. And it's a moody little masterpiece. 5 tracks, no filler. The vibe, grungy, yet polished. Nostalgic, but forward thinking. Think Matchbox 20 if they'd traded polished alt pop for darker, blues-soaked soul. What an awesome description. Absolutely accurate. I remember somebody during Dark Side Radio the other day was like, man, if this song came out in 1995, it would have been a chart topper. 100%. Mabel, if you can, send a link to that song that was played the other day on Dark Side, and we'll check it out. The sound combines energetic melancholy with an ode to early rock and roll, classic rock, R&B, 90s alternative, and modern indie rock, highlighted by strong and soulful male vocals, pairs nicely with bourbon and scotch. So true! That song was really good, man. So thanks in advance for sharing the link in the chat so we can take a listen.
Right there. Accomplished all of it. After the fact, Pam Bondi sent him a letter Thursday night last week, 4 days ago, about 5 days ago, to be technical, saying, if you don't give me all of that, I'm going to fire you. And they admit, if you read the fine print, that she said, you either resign or you're fired. And then, of course, you don't get your pension most of the time that happens. So he scurried away. It was all a big bluff by James Dennehy, just like with all of these scumbags. And as I've said, I don't just want them fired. I want them indicted, convicted, and thrown in a cold jail cell. These people are no different than the Stasi in East Germany. They're no different than North Korean secret police. And they are arrogant enemies of America. And the reign of terror is coming to an end.
Oh, yeah.
Pam Bondi went on Fox News last night and said, I'll play the clip in a moment, hey, we got a truckload of stuff out of the New York FBI offices that wouldn't give us the information and lied and said they gave us the Epstein thing.
Good ship, Monty. Listen, people. Yeah, Y-Files is a great channel.
And she said she would fire whoever did it. Well, they gave James Dennehy, the head of the New York FBI offices, assistant deputy director, put him by the globalist, a Comey acolyte. That's
right, Lady H.
Gave him a chance. They said, you resign or you're fired. Fall on your sword. And he did. This is the guy on January 16th put out an email to all of the FBI in his office and the DoJ in New York and said, do not comply. We're in a war against evil. Trump's a tyrant. Don't tell them FBI agents that worked on January 6th. And Trump's about before the setup, and we know the guys. But they're trying to give them a chance, and then they have them on obstruction when they don't give it to them. Well, he's gone. But the media spins it, because he stood up for FBI agents. How dare the new FBI director ask what you did, and were you involved in January 6th? Who does he think he is, the FBI director? Who does Pam Bondi think she is, the AG? Oh, actually they are. Oh, gosh. So he thinks he's in the old obstructionist system. No, you're fired. He was fired. And when they gave her the BS and gave her the old files, the few new ones in it last week, she put a letter in it saying, this is a screw job. I've been lied to. We're raiding their offices, and I'm going to fire whoever did this, and now it's happened. And I would expect prosecutions, because there is a criminal investigation they admit going on Comey now for the sex operatives and the Russiagate made-up crap and a bunch of other stuff. So that's really good news. Absolutely fabulous news. So just like everything else Trump's doing, he knows they've tried to kill him. He knows that this is a real criminal group. So he said over and over again, this isn't the Trump 9 years ago. I've really figured out how it works. I brought in all the experts that want to fight this with me. And every day in Mar-a-Lago when he's there, or in D.C., he gets his cabinet in there. I was told this day one. They said, man, it's wild. Rogers confirmed it. He's been there when it's going on. And I mean, he doesn't ever say what Trump tells him, but then he says what Trump's saying. I heard Trump's doing this. But at dinner, Trump's like, yeah, I tell him every morning, this could be our last day on earth. And if we don't take these people down, they're going to put us all in prison and kill us. But more importantly, they're going to start nuclear war. We are at war with these crazies. These people are effing nuts. And Trump just starts going, eh. A little bit of what you've seen when he starts getting angry on stage and stuff, and when he was with Zelensky. I mean, Trump, you think I blow up? And it's getting on like...
Did you guys see how mad Trump got the other day up on stage? I've never seen him that mad. He was actually like yelled really loud momentarily. It was pretty
screaming
intense.
Like a Mad Hatter. It's like, listen to me, you fucking moron, you piece of shit. You're not going to kill everybody. So you're going to stop it. You understand that? Just grabbing his arm, I'm told. Listen to me, you little twerp. So Trump's like, oh, I can be very mean. Oh, meaner than you know. Because he's already chewed out Zelensky privately, repeatedly. On the phone and in person that day. And Zelensky still, no, I don't do it. Nope. No mineral for you. And we not do peace deal. And Putin lie. And he start the war. And Trump's just, oh, God. So imagine, even after Trump, I mean, Zelensky gets out of the car. Trump goes, oh, look, your little costume, your little outfit. Brings him behind closed doors. Says, listen. Because Trump had already knew he was across the street with the Democrats, and they knew, they have sources, it was going to come on over, and he goes, listen, we got a deal. The only card you've got's me, so there's no point in doing this. No, I agree to it. I agree, sir. They go out in front of the cameras, and then he shits all over everybody, and Trump and J.D. Vance are just like, I mean, look, Trump's been putting you saw him on camera do it. Trump puts his hand, you think Trump's aggressive with people's arms like this in public, or politicians step in front of him and he shoves them aside? Remember that? You think that's aggressive? Trump goes hands-on with people like Zelensky.
So we got J.D. Vance arriving for the unofficial State of the Union. Nixon. We'll be ready when it starts. Very shortly. Looking forward to this. First, we're going to listen to that song by My Troubled Days.
Not at first, but after him lying over and over again. And Trump knows Zelensky's dangerous, man. He wants to start a nuclear war. Trump sees that guy as a danger to his grandkids.
Oh, they've ruined.
He sees him as a pile of crap.
The color or the artist?
That's how real this is, folks. Trump's sitting in there in his cabinet meetings going, I want these people destroyed. And I don't want anybody in here that's totally committed to this. You understand that? Yes, sir, we do. We're totally going, sir. Yes, sir. I want you to work 20 hours a day, total commitment. I mean, that's what he says. That's a man at war. That's a war path. That is a juggernaut. And all these idiot leftists aren't joining us when we're trying to stabilize the planet and not blow everything up. And he's doing every policy you do to enrich the people and empower us legally, lawfully, morally. And then the fake conservatives, oh, it's not real. It's not real. Oh, really? Bringing in Robert F. Kennedy Jr., all the stuff he's doing, that's...
They may have struck some kind of deal. Lady H, I saw that being reported earlier today that Zelensky is now ready to sign a deal. Trump said he wanted a public apology, though, so I don't know. We're going to hear about that very shortly at this speech, I'm sure.
That's not real? Oh, getting all these peace deals done, that's not real? Shutting down the border in just a few weeks, that's not real? Getting $5 trillion investment already coming in, that's not real?
Right. A lot of real stuff is happening. I think that, like becoming the new captain of a ship, like Elon said, with the crew that hates you, I think that they're trying to wade through the assholes effectively to try to get the information that's being hidden. So I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater yet on Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, but it is like the situation is highly suspicious for sure.
Launching all the tariffs he said he'd launch, that's not real? No. Donald Trump is as real as it gets. And that's where I'm going to be.
Sup, bro?
See, some people think it's cool to lie and sneak around and work for somebody else and be a puppet.
Good to see you.
Not me. Let's Don Corleone tell Michael, the Godfather, one day I thought it would be us that was pulling the strings. I don't know. Senator Corleone, President Corleone. But in the world we've had, there haven't been real presidents for a long time. Reagan was halfway real. Nixon was real. They got rid of him. Kennedy was real. They blew his head off. Because they're presidents that actually try to work for us. And now we've got one. And he's hardcore. He's battle hardened. He's been thunderstruck by a bullet. Knighted. This is metaphysical. This is the will of humanity inspired by God to not surrender to evil and collapse. F around, find out. All right, here is Pam Bondi talking on Fox about the truckload of Epstein stuff they have. Mm-hmm.
I hate looking at that footage, man. But yeah, this might be blown out of proportion. It's not even something that Pam Bondi brought up herself. It's just she was just reacting to a question from Sean Hannity. It seems like all just standard stuff to me. I could be wrong, of course, but I think it seems just like standard stuff.
Videos, recordings. Oh, looks like they found something. Imagine what they've destroyed. People keep calling it a list. They photographed hundreds of binders at his New York facility alone. We have the photos. We've shown them, and a bunch of hard drives and disc rooms of them, and they all got lost by who? Maureen Comey, the daughter of the
Tom Homan's there too.
Lex Luthor, James Comey, and James Dennehy. They're the ones. And I have the FBI whistleblower who was told by the top whistleblower that it was the top, him. We told you that.
All right, let's skip ahead to the actual footage.
You all did.
All right, here we go.
After the fact. Got it? Here's Pam Bondi.
We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Kash is also, now that we have Kash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Kash is going to, Director Patel, is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well, sure. And you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. There were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself really a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein.
I heard they're going to be disrupting the speech with hand clacker things and with eggs. Are they going to throw eggs at the? I don't know what's going on.
A
with
lot
eggs.
of victims.
Well, you had identified in phase 1 over 254. Okay. Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday.
Yeah.
But Cash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency.
Just so you guys see what's going on. Vance is up there with Speaker Johnson. Nothing's happening yet, so I'm just keeping my eyes on it, just so you guys know.
I think more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day, it's a new administration, and everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
And that goes the same with the JFK files,
JFK,
RFK files,
Martin
MLK?
Luther King. Yep, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. What are the things that, and maybe some people don't understand the need to redact. In the case of a victim, that should be pretty obvious to people. What are the other things that maybe you would have to redact?
Well,
national security?
No, of course. National security, some grand jury information, which is always going to be confidential. But we'll see. Let's look through them as fast as we can, get it out to the American people, because the American people have a right to know, not only on that, but on Kennedy, on Martin Luther King, on all of these cases that the Biden administration has just sat on for all these years. So, yeah, it's really, it's not sad. It's infuriating that these people thought that they could sit on this information, but they can't. It's a new day, and we believe in transparency, and it's going to come out. And when we redact things, Sean, what we're going to do is not just pull pages out like they used to do. If something's redacted, you will know the line, and you will know why it's redacted, a victim's name, identifying information of a victim.
Everything's going to come out. AG Pam Bondi says FBI delivered truckload of hidden Epstein documents. Look, I'd give her a B+ here, and she's only been in there, just a few weeks. But I want to hear about not just a report, not just they're going to be fired, which is happening. I want to hear we're criminally investigating, like they're doing Comey. I want to hear his daughter's under investigation. I want to hear this rat creature, James Dennehy. These people are tyrants.
Yep. And the DOJ just blocked the grand jury from being impaneled to investigate Chuck Schumer for the threats against the judge. My bet Cash and Bondi didn't know about that. We also have them blocking the Seth Rich files from coming out, which were scheduled to come out March 10th. Ty Clevenger, the lawyer, also saying Bondi and Cash are going to find out about this and all hell is going to break loose. Here we have Anna Paulina Luna sharing the sentiment of pretty much everybody in the chat, I'm pretty sure, tells Matt Gaetz that she's not confident about AG Pam Bondi's release of the Epstein client list, unfortunately. Before this speech gets started, let's check out this tune from My Troubled Days, Ma Belle in the chat. Check out this song, man. This is a good band, really well produced. Love that bass tone. Very Hendrix background guitar there. Oh, is it playing too fast? Sorry about that. Did it? Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. Let's actually hear it in real at the speed it's supposed to be playing. I was like, something sounds a little different. All right, I'm just an idiot. There we go. dramatic run.
And now it seems the truth is that hope has just passed us by. What they say won't stay, and we don't know. What they say won't stay no more. Well, I'll show you just how deep this goes. What they say won't stay, and we don't. What they say won't stay no more. Well, I'll show you just how deep this goes. A love's strong film of what's real and what's a dream. These little months sinking deep.
This gives me Axis Bold as Love album vibes.
But it seems that the simple truth is it has just passed us by. What they say won't stay, and we don't know. What they say won't stay no more. Well, I'll show you just how deep this goes. What they say won't stay, and we don't know. What they say won't stay.
I don't see Trump coming in, guys. Over on RSBN.
Just how deep this goes.
Yeah, this is an older version, Mabel. I just wanted to have the version with the album art visible. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it was different.
As simple as devotion seems to be, this little time
We'll play the new version tomorrow or something.
to grasp. Lost since my body break before it's time. That's how you wake up. It seems I have become alive. What they say won't stay, and we don't know. What they say won't stay no more. Well, I'll show you just how deep this goes. What they say won't stay, and we don't know. What they say won't stay no more. Well, I'll show you just how deep this goes. Tell me where to go.
MAGA Patriot Spotlight. We'll get the right version for next time, Mabel. Am I pronouncing that right, by the way? Mabel? Boom. Good stuff. Yeah, this is a version posted 9 years ago. Subsequently, I'm learning it has been remastered, which makes sense because that version that played on Dark Side Radio the other day was crisp, even more crisp. So good, so good. Thanks for sharing, Mabel. My troubled days, you guys. My troubled days. Let's check in over with RSBN, see what the status is right now. Justice Roberts coming in, looks like. Supreme Court in the House. Ugh. So we'll keep our eyes on this for a minute. We'll keep our eyes on this. Let's continue with some news until we get the president showing up. Here is the post from Gateway Pundit about the DOJ blocking U.S. Attorney Ed Martin's push to impanel a grand jury to investigate Chuck Schumer's threat against conservative Supreme Court justices. People in the comments saying Pam Bondi is bad. Pam Bondi. We don't know if I searched for this on Grok to see if there was any evidence that she had anything to do with this. Apparently, actually, that might have been the Seth Rich thing. We don't know for sure that Pam Bondi has anything to do with this yet. The DOJ is doing stuff without the knowledge of the leadership, it seems like to me. And this should all get corrected, hopefully. But I don't know. Today's the last day, apparently, that this could be handled. So this one might be irreversibly sabotaged, unfortunately. Justice Department reportedly rebuffed acting D.C. U.S. Attorney Ed Martin's plan to impanel a grand jury to probe Democrat Senator Chuck Schumer's threat to conservative Supreme Court justices. Last month, Ed Martin launched an investigation into threats against DoJ workers and revealed Demon Rat Senator Chuck Schumer as the target. Ed Martin previously announced his office would be charging and arresting individuals who threatened Elon Musk's DoJ team. Our initial review of the evidence presented to us indicates that certain individuals and/or groups have committed acts that appear to violate the law in targeting DoJ employees, Ed Martin previously said, quote, "We are in contact with the FBI and other law enforcement partners to proceed rapidly. We also have our prosecutors preparing." Let's see. Late last month, Ed said his investigation was launched after he spoke to DoJ workers. Apparently, where is it? Today is the last day. Yeah, the 5-year term limit for prosecuting Mr. Schumer under the most likely charges that might stem from any inquiry expires today. So this seems to me like somebody inside the DOJ sabotaging this, probably without Pam Bondi's knowledge. But hopefully we find out exactly what's going on as a result of this. We also have Ty Clevenger, the attorney who's been trying to get the Seth Rich information coming out. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi will learn about this. I suspect heads will roll. Attorney Ty Clevenger responds after the FBI refuses to release Seth Rich records on March 10th. The corrupt FBI has once again refused to release crucial records related to the 2016 murder of DNC staffer Seth Rich. Attorney Ty Clevenger, who has been battling for years to obtain these documents, reported that the FBI is stonewalling yet again, refusing to comply with his FOIA request. Rich was murdered shortly before WikiLeaks released the infamous Clinton emails. His watch wasn't stolen or anything. He was just murdered. So the theory is that he was the leaker, that CrowdStrike, when they analyzed the servers looking for Russian hacking and stuff, the CEO said no data was extracted. Seems like Seth Rich extracted data on a thumb drive, probably gave it to WikiLeaks, and I think that Julian Assange had issued a $15,000 reward for anybody who was able to get to the bottom of this. I don't remember exactly the details, but Attorney Ty Clevenger saying DOJ told me this afternoon that we will not be getting any Seth Rich records on March 10th. FBI only intends to produce a, quote, Vaughn index, which gives a brief description of what they were withholding and why. That means that the feds are not even willing to produce the metadata from Seth's electronic devices. I'm not thrilled about this, but we are playing the long game. In the same case, I can already prove that the FBI improperly withheld pages from the CrowdStrike reports about the 2016 DNC, quote, hack, unquote, that was published by WikiLeaks, so this probably won't play well with the court. More importantly, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi will learn about this, and I suspect some heads will roll. That's long overdue because the FOIA office at FBI is systemically corrupt. The bureaucrats can run, but they can't hide. So hopefully the truth comes out about all of this. Let's see. We have Elon posting about the initial findings from DoJ over at the DoD. $80 million in ridiculous spending eliminated. Here's the chief Pentagon spokesman, Sean Parnell, on initial DoJ findings at the DoD. Let's take a listen. I'm monitoring the the State of the Union thing, and there's still just crowd noise and nothing yet going on. So we will jump over there as soon as things start happening.
So we promised you transparency at this Department of Defense, and America, that is exactly what you're going to get because you deserve it. So at the DoD, we've been working hand in hand with the DoJ team. And as the secretary said, we welcome that process because that process will make us more lethal. And that means that our warfighters on the battlefield will be more successful. And that's what this process is all about. So in the interest of transparency, look at some of the initial things that we found in the Air Force. $1.9 million for holistic DEI transformation and training.
Oop, Melania is
$6 million to the University of
Jump over in
Montana
a
to
second.
strengthen American democracy by bridging divides. At the Defense Human Resources Activity, $3.5 million for support to DEI groups. And how about this one? $1.6 million to the University of Florida to study social and institutional detriments of vulnerability and resilience to climate hazards in African Sahel. You see, folks, this stuff is not a core function of our military. This is not what we do. This is a distraction from our core mission. So we believe that these initial findings will probably save $80 million in wasteful spending. Again, $80 million in wasteful spending just right here. So stay tuned. Today's actions are just the start. More to come this week. Again, we are working hand in glove with DoJ, so stay tuned in the weeks ahead as we trim the fat, preserve the muscle, make the DoD more mission capable and more lethal.
Boom! That sounds good to me. All right, guys. Looks like it's about to begin over here. I think here's Marco Rubio.
That's true. I should have done better. I should have done way
Secretary, can't wait to connect with you. You have so much fun. Yes.
F. Heg Seth. No, still nothing happening. We'll come back in a moment. Take a look at this. In the meantime, George Bush used to drive Hitler Putin around his ranch in a pickup, and nobody called him a Russian puppet. You guys remember this? I didn't. It's hilarious, though.
There we go.
No. Yes, we're going to take a tour. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to go down. I want to show him some of my favorite spots on the ranch. Which are? Most of it.
They called Trump Putin's cockholster. Here's George W. Bush acting as Putin's chauffeur. That's way worse than anything Trump's ever done.
Excuse me? Have you noticed? The president brought rain, for which we're always grateful in the state of Texas. Is it great to be back at the ranch? I'm thrilled to be here. There is no better gift than rain.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Hilarious. How about this one? Just in, chaos in Serbian parliament as opposition sets off smoke grenades and tear gas to protest against the government, leaving one lawmaker in critical condition as a result, which is pretty insane. Take a look at this video. Launching smoke bombs in Congress. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Totally crazy stuff. No sound on this video. Just so you guys know you're not missing out. Serbia, man. Weird stuff going down in Serbia. Look at this chaos. We got a little audio now. Horns, whistles, general chaos. Crazy. How about this one? Ellen Musk reposting Mario Naval. Did Adam Schiff commit treason? Sounds like he did. Senator Schiff in deep trouble over Ukraine connections. Eric Charamella, the whistleblower tied to Trump's 2019 impeachment, is back in the spotlight over Adam Schiff's Ukraine connections. Former diplomat Andrei Teleshenko says he was in the room when Charamella met with Obama and Biden to discuss Ukraine. Now, FBI Director Kash Patel, who exposed the Russia hoax, allegedly has, quote, strong feelings about Schiff's role in all of this.
That report about
Let's check in with Chanel Rion.
That report about Charamella was correct. And now we know Charamella worked directly with Biden on Ukraine affairs. In fact, one of my sources, former diplomat and now wrongfully sanctioned Andrei Teleshenko, was in the room with Charamella when a Ukrainian contingent met with Obama and Biden to discuss Ukraine affairs. Charamella was an Obama-Biden guy, and he colluded with Schiff. The implications I raise at the end of my broadcast from the White House briefing room stands today more than ever. Schiff is indeed in deep trouble. And the one person in all of Washington who knows this story inside and out is, of course, my friend and now FBI Director, Kash Patel. A man who debunked the entire Russia hoax while working as a senior aide for Congressman Devin Nunes on the House Intel Committee. Kash not only remembers, he has very strong feelings about what needs to happen to Adam Schiff.
He should be investigated because he lied to the world about his interactions with Charamella, who is a whistleblower, and I can't stress it enough, that started a presidential impeachment.
Kash knew all this, but there was only so much he could do back then. Now that's not the case. Mark my words, Schiff will see the gallows of Kash's FBI. The political gallows, that is. So Godspeed, Kash. Director Patel, you have our full support. Is the DoJ chainsaw cutting too close to the bone? Congressman McCormick joins us next. We'll be right back.
Never too close to the bone. So Lady Hamilton was asking what's up with the smoke bombs. Things may get heated in Congress, but never do they fall apart like this. In Serbia, opposition lawmakers in Serbia threw smoke grenades and tear gas at fellow parliamentarians in a show of opposition to the government and to express their support for current student protests. Demonstrations were a response to the collapse of a roof at a train station several months ago that killed 15 people and now threatens to bring down the country's government. The attack took place during a legislative session after the ruling coalition, led by the Serbian Progressive Party, SNS, approved the parliamentary agenda. As the agenda was approved, several opposition politicians rushed towards the parliamentary speaker, clashing with security guards. Other individuals then threw smoke grenades and tear gas, covering the room in black and pink smoke. 2 people were injured in the attack, according to House Speaker Anna Brnabic. There's not enough vowels in that name, Brnabic, with one suffering a stroke and currently in critical condition. Quote, the parliament will continue to work and to defend Serbia. Still nothing happening over at RSBN. Just so you guys know, this is what's going on. Continuing this article, ironically, the government's agenda involved meeting some of the opposition's demands. If you guys want the full story, link will be in the description after the show. We also have Europe preparing for World War III over here.
In the various meetings in the last few weeks, most recently 2 days ago in London, the answer from European capitals has been as resounding as it is clear. We are in an era of rearmament. And Europe is ready to massively boost its defense spending, both to respond to the short-term urgency to act and to support Ukraine, but also to address the long-term need to take on more responsibility for our own European security. And this is why today I have written a letter to the leader.
Sorry to cut that off, guys.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
We also have new reports that Boris Johnson flew to Kiev to instruct Ukrainian dictator Zelensky on how to, quote, embarrass Trump and force him to back down over the peace deal, according to respected economist Martin Armstrong. There's that. Maybe we'll check that out in a little bit, just so you know. Back to Trump. I'll be right back. What do you guys want to do? Should we watch Trump mingle? Or should we listen to the report about Boris Johnson and then come back when Trump begins speaking? 4-minute, 26-second little interview clip. Let me know what you guys want to do in the chat. Watch him mingle? All right, let's watch. PDS 10 in the house. Good to see you representing the Great White North, baby. Oh, Dozer, you're going to do a show tonight, too? Bulldozer! Look at Melania. She's so beautiful.
Thank you.
Which view do you guys like better, this view or the last setup?
It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States,
Good stuff, Dozer.
members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Right, Mama Mac. Mother of Pearl, good to see you.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
Elon Musk in a suit, baby.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Disrupting. Get the fuck down.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
They're going to have to boot these people out.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I want to hear. Drag him out in cuffs. Omega Directive. What's up, buddy?
Mr. Green, take your seat.
Lick him out,
sir.
bulldozer.
Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
And onto a spike. After due process, of course. Yeah, looks like they're inciting an erection, Omega Directive. This is so epic, man. Thank you guys for being here to watch it with us.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr.
Crazy
President,
bee.
continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll
Bragging rights.
Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Now Canada has also named the cartels as terrorist organizations. We're moving in the right direction with that whole thing.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my fifth such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
Nothing.
I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
It's pure evil!
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
It's so sad, man. People are just like, I don't even know, dumpster gremlins or something.
Every day my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first day.
Yeah! Such a good idea, man.
And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office they will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
I'm like rubber and you're like glue. Anything you accuse me of bounces off of me and sticks to you.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
That everybody should agree with that.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Martin Luther King's vision.
I also signed
not the color of your skin,
executive
content
order
of your character.
to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, Just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Remember that, Dozer? It was brutal.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Coal is king, whiskey. We have enough coal to power civilization for tens of thousands of years into the future. No exaggeration.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DoJ. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that.
That's right,
Just
Monty.
listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
That was funny.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country.
What can I say? I'm a vampire.
But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
Monty, good night, brother, to you and Chesty Puller, my friend. Enjoy your vacation.
A beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Smart.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher.
That's Democrat math.
So much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. They were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
Hire more vets, get them out faster.
I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
R.I.P. Laken.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Burn.
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Wow.
Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Yeah. Let's go.
Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DoJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash.
I want to see Cash succeed. I want to see him do real good stuff.
They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
They say you can see scars on his head.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
You see his face there? That was epic, man. Oh, man. What a moment. I'm not crying, you're crying.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
We need Maha successful.
With the name
Maha,
Kennedy, you
baby.
would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep
Critical.
our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36, think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
Maha, baby.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns.
They should be prosecuted.
They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference.
Look at that stoic bunch.
And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
Golden Dome. Very Trumpian.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make
spaceships
them very
too.
fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals.
It's not really good, Trump.
The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco.
For real, T.
We know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes.
BlackRock bought the ports, though.
You know,
Not
he was
good.
approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that, or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job.
He's doing well so far.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
That's epic, JJR.
We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
Let Egypt fix Gaza. America first. Save our money.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
With their high cheekbones. Ew.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Fucking evil Dems.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home.
She's doing well for 95.
After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
You said 95? She doesn't look a day over 75.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage.
No way.
And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
Very sad. I'm still traumatized from watching that live on July 13th.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These
and
workers
silicon.
who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
To infinity and beyond.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
We are witnessing history right now. Oh, Clay Higgins. Love that dude. And there's the delicious yogurt. Lauren Boebert.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Bravissimo. I heard they were going to stage a walkout. The Dims. I like that whiskey peddler. Dims. What a speech. The future is bright. The possibilities are endless. The American spirit is boundless, unlimited, unstoppable. We will rise to levels never seen before in recorded history. The wind is at our backs.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. See you soon. I'm trying to.
Young people love America.
Thank you. That's your favorite. Thank you.
Just slap his hand.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard, thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget.
So good. So good, sir.
Thank you.
Terrific, Mr. Really terrific. Really outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. President. Thanks. Thank you. Got you straight.
Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the phone call last night, too.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you for your help.
I can feel the testosterone from here, Cannabis.
I'm not going to get food, sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech.
Surged when I saw Lauren Boebert.
Best speech ever.
Yes.
What a speech, guys. What did you think? Let me know in the chat.
President Roger Williams, thanks for the call.
I love Roger Williams.
Thank you.
You don't have to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
My great baseball.
America
Good
is-
job. Great job you're doing.
Roger Williams, Park Zoo.
Thank you so much.
Welcome you back in Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for.
Thank you all.
They stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal. It's hard to believe, isn't it? That was fantastic, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Big as life. Good to see you, brother.
Good job, Mr. President.
Nucks out.
Great speech.
Yes, sir. Back in Pennsylvania.
Donna. Why do I like that even better?
How you doing?
Dame Pam. Good to see you, cuz. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Thank you very much.
Let's do bio.
Thank you, darling.
Great, so thank you. I love you. Best speech on the board ever. Yeah, it was so good.
Thank you.
So good.
Hey, you rocked it, Mr. President. We're with you, 100%. Crushed.
You know it, getting.
Congratulations, President.
You know it.
Thank you.
Mr. President, that was
We got this, Cheddar. We will prevail. We got this, man. Nothing can stop us.
Let's go. Get down to that. You get down.
MOP.
Thank you. It's so great.
Thank you, everybody. Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Great speech. Great speech.
Thanks for taking my call.
Good record. Yeah. My man.
Thank you for standing
You really triggered those people.
Yeah.
Tremendous, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the beneficial ownership.
Wow,
and
guys,
this week.
Oh, yeah.
huge.
Thanks for mentioning farmers.
Oh, maybe
We
not.
love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. You earned this night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're tired. Thank you, man.
Proud of you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Nice to great again, Bradley.
Good one, Cheddar. Double entendre.
Indeed. You better
Let's see what we did there.
Good endorsement.
President, home run.
Thank you.
Great job. You killed it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody.
You did great.
Thank you. Good job. Thank
Hey,
you.
great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, cheese. Thank you. Love you, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Look at
Oh.
us.
New Congressman from Eastern Washington. We've never met.
Oh, that's
Baumgartner.
good.
I was one of Mike Leach's best friends.
Oh, that's
He thinks
good.
very highly
Mike
of you.
was, he was terrific.
Drop.
He was a great guy.
Great
What a
speech.
great-
Great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Respect to you. You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Home run, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
my guy.
Home run. Home run.
That was a good one.
Home run, grand slam, slam dunk.
Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at him.
I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings.
You let me know.
I will. Thank you, sir. Mr. President.
Can't help it, Reaper. Want some of that yogurt.
Well, a grand slam home run speech tonight to a joint session of Congress. As you heard from the beginning, America is back.
As a united Republican conference saying to him as he exits the House chamber to President Trump, you earned this night, and he really did. And it felt more like, in a sense, a rally speech more than anything else, but also
Thanks,
very sad to see
Lulu.
the Democrats
Appreciate that.
really not clapping, sitting down a lot. Representative Al Green from the 9th District of Texas, it's a Houston area, actually having to be removed per the House rules at the beginning by the Sergeant of Arms. You don't usually see that, but you'd think that they would have been inspired by the people in the gallery tonight. Again, that was my favorite moment from this speech. How about yours, Matthew?
So many favorite moments. I can say that President Trump said, I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back. Our spirit is back. Our pride is back. Our confidence is back. And the American dream is surging
Godzimo
bigger
in the
and
house.
better than ever before. And is that not the
Cannabis
truth, as we are
connoisseur
just
Tyne in
43
the
days
chat.
into the second
Piple.
administration?
Thanks so much for the
of President
$25
Donald
Rumble
Trump?
rant. Cannabis connoisseur. So glad that you've been joining us lately.
Remarkable. That
Always
moment,
good to have
too,
you in the stream, man.
When little DJ,
Thanks so much for
from
the support.
Texas, along there with his dad, surviving brain cancer, 8 years old, was given 5 months to live. He's now 13, and then gets sworn in as a Secret Service agent. And Sean Curran, the director himself, who helped save President Trump on that fateful day in Butler, Pennsylvania, giving him that hug. And that was just a special moment. Really pretty incredible.
It was very incredible. You could see the
That's right, Donna.
Secret
Nipped in the
Service
bud.
director there, almost surprised getting that hug, that embrace. But This is what it's about in our country. Common sense,
What a moment.
truth, the Constitution, love for God, love for our neighbor, as well as we know that this is all about making America great again. And we love common sense here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we know
And
this
Common
is the
Censored.
Common Sense Party, the people's president. And we are
Night
happy
three
as
for
citizens
brother.
of this nation and being part of this network.
General of
that
the Air
you guys
Force.
are spending
Info
time
Air
with us
Force
tonight
out.
as we watch this great speech there that you have to watch it over and over again to really understand all of the things that these accomplishments that President Trump has had, along with his all-star patriot cast of cabinet members have had over the past 43 days.
Yes, and over 400 executive orders, all changing the lives of Americans. And those hero stories, Mark Fogel coming back from Russia, being captive, but also those very sad stories with Laken Riley's family there. Of course, Jocelyn Nungary's mom. They'll never see their family members again, but their legacy is kept going by not only their lives, but also these executive
He's on paid
orders.
leave,
And of
Donna.
course, President Trump honoring Jocelyn with that wildlife preserve. I love how he takes these personal stories and he doesn't forget about them. And for example, Mark's mother, the 95-year-old wonderful lady, just meeting with him right before everything that happened in Butler. And he didn't forget about him. He went after and helped save him with Steve Wilcox bringing him back from Russia as well. So many of those themes tonight of resilience, of perseverance, and think back to his first joint session of Congress, that first address, now 8 years ago. It seemed as if half the Republican Congress was against him at that time. Now this caucus, this conference, completely united against a party, sadly, who seems to really hate America. I mean, I was actually, that was the only sad moment of that speech, the fact that they did not stand, they did not clap. And I mean, this was a lot of bipartisan consensus within a really rah-rah, go America speech. Why would you not want to support these things?
Exactly. It was appalling to see that side of it, but it was great on the other side of the aisle, on the right side of history, where President Trump and the team highlighting everyday Americans, just like they did during the RNC, just like they did tonight, because it's all about we the people. And that is what this team is all about, Team USA, and it's great to see it. Thank you.
Boom. All right, guys, we're going to wrap up the broadcast right about here. Let me post the link for this RSBN stream that we're watching in the chat so you can continue watching over there if you'd like. If they continue, let's go check and see if Billdozer is getting ready to go live over there. Looks like he is live right now.
Trader Todd says, I
We
bring
will
the dozer
raid
and DJ
Billdozer.
Ball for everyone to listen to and enjoy to the fullest. Well, hopefully we can get the audio stuff figured out. There was a pass-through thing that Mild had mentioned, but I think that's only when you're doing through OBS. So I might just have to suck it up and start using OBS to use... What's up, Lord Sterling? Good to see you. Re-indeed. What's up, Trish1? Good to see you. Lovely mod in the chat.
Night Sin Luwu.
He had to...
Thanks so much for joining us, as always. Appreciate you.
Too, but good speech. It was a good speech. It was. Look at that, guys.
You
We
too,
got
Mama Mac.
ourselves a raid from Common Censored. Thank you so much for that, Lord Sterling. Guys, don't you dare forget to smash that like button while you're here. Comment in the comment section. Share this stream out with your loved ones, your friends, your family, your ex-girlfriends, boyfriends.
Boom. Share this stream too. Thanks again for being here, everybody. Don't forget to throw Mama Mac some love and head on over to alplama.com, your new herbal health guru. Avoid the petrochemical pharmaceutical industry that wants you sick and dependent, and try some natural tinctures to remedy your ailments. And if you want to support the show, you can head over to our link tree at Common Censored, where you can find our affiliate link to Golden Cocoon, EMF clothing, and protection products. Pick up a modern day newfangled tinfoil hat over here. They got beanies, they got ball caps. Ooh, they got a phone pouch now. That's new. They got hoods. Looks like pretty much everything is back in stock except this one bamboo beanie over here. Highly recommend their products. They help with Mama Mac's migraines and stuff too. Have alleviated headaches in the past for Mama Mac, so check them out. You can also hit up our merch links. Pick up a Think for Yourself Question Authority shirt or skirt or anything you can think of. blanket, coaster, shower curtain. We got it all over there if you want some of that stuff. We also have the brand tag logo, which is pretty cool. I like these cell phone cases over here. Pick up something, help support the show. We also have our books. Common Sense First Edition Revived, made from high-resolution images of a January 1776 first edition of Thomas Paine's Common Sense, excuse me. We also have the redacted version, our eponymous title, Common Censored, where we took the same thing and redacted all of the substance out of it, begging the question, is a revolution even possible when the public commons and the free marketplace of free ideas is stifled and suppressed? You can also support the show in a variety of ways, most important of which is just to share the broadcast. One share equals one mission completed for the Common Censored Info Infantry. That's right, join or die. You could join the Info Army. You could join the Info Navy. You could join the Info Marines. The Info, Space Force, Coast Guard, Air Force, Rebel Mercs Division, Redneck Roustabouts, Privateers, Spec Ops, etc. And everybody in the Info Infantry can participate in the Meme Cannon Cavalry. Thanks again so much for being here, for supporting the show. Thanks to everybody who rumble ranted throughout the broadcast. All of you censored commoners. I'm Lord Sterling. This has been episode 344, covering Trump's unofficial State of the Union speech, talking about the Seth Rich files, which were blocked by the DoJ from being released March 10th. Hopefully that gets fixed. We also have DoJ investigating the Tina Peters case. Hopefully that will result in something positive. Putin agreeing to mediate Iran nuke talks with Trump. Knesset in Israel, their Congress basically set to investigate the October 7th, quote, intelligence failure, which I don't believe it was an intelligence failure at all. Make sure to join us Monday through Friday, 6:45 p.m.-ish Eastern time, as we cover all the crazy clown world, the clusterfuck chaos that is 2025. Use hashtag Common Censored and hashtag Info Infantry where applicable. When you share the show, you can find us on X at Lord Sterling _. We're also on Truth, Getter, Gab, and Minds. Thanks to our new followers over on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. Links to everything we covered in the show are already posted in the video description on Rumble, along with timestamps, so you know right where to jump into the podcast to hear the specific topics we covered throughout the show. Thanks again to Mama Mac for that. Hit her up and throw her some support at alpalama.com. Hit up our link tree at Common Censored to support the show. If you want to skip enlisted ranks in the Common Censored Info Infantry, you can do that by making one-time donations via Rumble Rant or via Cash App, Venmo, Google Pay. If you want to skip enlisted and warrant officer ranks and join the Info Infantry at the tier of commissioned officer, all it takes is to hit that big, beautiful join button over on Rumble and commit to supporting the show for $5 smackers a month. You can do that also via Subscribestar and via commoncensored.locals.com. Thanks again for being here, everybody. We will be back tomorrow for a Hump Day, Trump Day edition of Common Censored. Until then, you know exactly what to do. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. And smash that like button, guys. We'll catch you on the flip side. Until then, take it sleazy and peace.